Miss my way.
Good morning. I take the pleasure to welcome us all. I know we are slightly behind schedule, but we'll do our best to make sure that we catch up in the time that we've a bit lost. I'm Emmanuel Tenwa from the Climate Change Department. I'll be your moderator for today. And I still welcome us all. I'm glad that we are here. So I'll take us through briefly through the program for these 3 days engagement. Technical review of our NDC 3.0. Of course, registration has been going on as we arrive. We shall have an opening prayer, we'll have self-introductions, and then the opening remarks. I'm sure we all have the copy of the agenda on our table. We've made some slight changes that I need to communicate to us before we start the program. We've interchanged where you see that program between 9:30 and 10:30 on what makes a good NDC. We shall interchange it with first of all receiving updates on the NDC 3.0 roadmap, but the rest of the program remains as it is. We have a couple of friends that have joined us online, and others will be giving remarks online. So it's a hybrid meeting, and welcome our colleagues online. I hope you can hear us, colleagues online. We welcome you as we start this day. So without wasting so much time, I would love to get someone at least to give us an opening prayer. Fiona, could you give us an opening prayer as we start with this meeting? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day and for everyone who's here with us. Lord, we ask you to guide us and guide us in this meeting, and we pray that our deliberations may be fruitful at the end of the day. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. And just right there, we take the pleasure to start off our program introductions. So allow me to ask you to introduce yourself, and then you can make around for other sentences. Thank you.
I'm Fiona Adikini from the Climate Change Department. Good morning, everyone. I am Lisa Marian Elena, still from the Climate Change Department.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Susan. Morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm David Congo from the Department of Education.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Richard Magamba from Nemo.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Stephen Bogle here, the Assistant Commissioner at Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nakaket Hope Caroline from the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Fisheries, standing in for Dennis Mahoro and Ngam Shadat.
Good morning, Christy Chikwamba from Ministry of Water and Environment.
Good morning, everybody. Martin Mungere, the Advocates Coalition for Development and Environmental Quality and Research Development. Morning, colleagues. Ron Smart Salmon from Ministry of Defense and Military Affairs.
Good morning. My name is Kofi Akot. I work with the Climate Change Department.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rona Machilia Semakuna from Eugene, Africa.
Redemptor Center, Ministry of Water and Environment, Climate Change Department. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
From Nampima, I work with Emily.
Hey, I work with them.
Morning, everyone. I'm Vincent Berenji. I'm the consultant.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lua Bareba.
Good morning, everyone. GTSC, you're going to be personnel.
Anyone that has not introduced themselves?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dennis Mohammed. Come from Ministry of Water and Environment.
Let me get, okay, so just a second.
Good morning, I'm Dan Chumbashkiri. I'm from Lebanon. Good morning. My name is Othniel Hila. I'm with the Department of Climate Change as technical assistance from the Commonwealth. Thank you.
Maybe we get introductions from the online.
Colleagues online, if you're able to unmute and.
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tom Sengarama. I'm from UNDP. Thank you.
Most welcome.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone. The name is Tapelo Letiti. I'm the Climate Change Director at Zutari, the consultant consolidating the NDC 3.0.
Thank you. We welcome you, start with it. Okay, we can proceed and other colleagues can introduce themselves as we indulge. We welcome you all and we welcome this platform Sengalama online on behalf of the NDP and we can also give remarks. Mr. Commissioner, we also welcome you as well and we are happy to have you all. So basically, you welcome to this 3 days engagement of the technical validation of our NDC 3.0. It's been a journey, and we also appreciate that the timelines are not on our side, but with you as our stakeholders, we have no doubt that we shall deliver this within the available timelines. We extend our appreciation to the development partners that have supported us through this journey, NDC partnership, WWF, Regenerate Africa, and our colleagues from NDC and UNDP, and other partners that we are still working with. So without wasting so much time, allow me to invite Assistant Commissioner, Mr. Semango, come speak to us as we give your welcome remarks. Please, let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much, moderator. You've made people to clap even before I speak. So, but if I don't leave a content, maybe make them reverse the argument. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Those who are physical here, those who are online. Happy to be here to represent the Permanent Secretary for Veteran Environment in delivering remarks on issues regarding our NDC 3.0. I take note of the available protocol and the people that are present in this room. I would say that the representative of the government partner will have found UNDP represented online by Mr. Tom Sengarama, the representative from the NDC partnership. Also, they are also online. Representative from Ministry of Departments and Agencies. From the introduction, I think in the morning, we've had our colleagues coming from the Ministry of Environment. We have colleagues coming from the Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Fisheries. We have my colleague Richard, representing the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperative. Is a colleague representing the Ministry of Defense, and there are other more who are coming, and then our colleagues representing the National Development and Authority. Happy to have you in this conversation as we wait for other colleagues that are coming. I think they're still on the way. We take note of and recognize our senior colleagues that have been in the space of litigation. I see Adam and the rest also being expected to come. The colleagues who are representing the non-state actors have had a court. They have the representative here. There is Uganda Green Building Council, WWF represented. Ellen, happy to have you here in this, and I think Regenerate Africa. We're happy to have you in this engagement, and then members of the media who are really supporting us in the issues of the technology. Thank you very much for sparing some time to be with us in today's important engagement. Our colleagues, as already mentioned, I had colleagues that have introduced them to work with the climate change department. And I think, let me try also to correct this. When we had LATEX, it did not left us the same. So many things have changed. My colleague here introduced himself working with the Department of Forestry Management. We used to call it FSS here. Now it is the Department of Forestry Management, which is also absorbed what we used to call the National Forest Management Authority. So when we hear new terminologies, some of us are still learning, okay? So even in the invitation that we got, I think it was reflecting the Department of Climate Change and Carbon Trade, isn't it? So if you hear us, some people saying CCD, Department of Climate Change and Carbon Trade, we are learning. And I think by the end of this month, because the research that we got from the Ministry of Public Service, it indicated by immediate effect. So those changes are effective, and I think in the invitation that we received, you saw something called the Department of Climate Change and Carbon Trade. So that is the new terminology that we have. Doctor here is representing what we call the former UNMA is now the Department of Meteorological Services. So we have already embraced the guidance that came from Ministry of Public Service and the records. So when we are discussing, don't say that where is human? Now we are talking about who's representing material in this discussion. We have representative here. So you bear with us if you hear such kind of terminologies, CCD, Department of Climate Change and Conflict, but we'll get there. So we have, as the Ministry of Water and Environment, working with the Department of Climate Change and Carbon, that we are coordinating the process of development of our second national terminal contribution, but in terms of reporting is what we call the NDC 3.0. It is because of the reporting arrangement, but it's the second NDC for the country. So most of you that have heard about this process, we got guidance from the NAC, that is the National Climate Change Committee, which is mandated to provide technical guidance to the minister, that the recommendation that we got from there, we don't need to update the NDC, we need to do a new NDC. And therefore, we're doing the second NDC, but in terms of reported going to proceed, it is the third communication. So that's why we have what we call NDC 3.0, but it means that the second NDC for the country, which we shall elaborate in the presentation. So this is actually embracing the whole of society in terms of ensuring that don't need to leave anybody behind in terms of the NDC, because it is a mandatory obligation with the UNFCCC that countries have to put commitment in terms of implementing the Paris Agreement. And all what I'm saying, you know what I'm talking about. But what we want to emphasize is that while we're doing the NDC, we are meeting the national and international obligations. The international obligation is enshrined under the Paris Agreement, where members who are signatory to the Paris Agreement as countries have to demonstrate commitment of reducing greenhouse gases while promoting resilience. And you can only demonstrate that commitment by submitting a plan. And this plan is what they call the NDC, okay? So at the national level is that the National Climate Change Law, which is also being captured in terms of naming, it is now given a cap. Emmanuel always reminded me, cap what? Cap 1H2, because they are already organized in chapters. It provides for the development of climate change action plan. The National Climate Change Action Plan is actually the NDC. So we've had UNDP, as you will hear recommendation from Mr. Tom Sengarama, that UNDP came in handed to support us in the process of working out the second NDC, which is NDC 3.0. And a lot has been done as we'll be going through this discussion. And I'm very sure that the latest version of the NDC has been shared this morning, of which our consultant, Tapero, who's on the team, represents the current team, is available to take us through what we have in our NDC 3.0, based on the assessments that have been done under adaptation and mitigation, but also the available information that we collected from our sectors. So today, we are not going back into the assessments, but rather try to confirm how are these assessments that have been done have been used to put together the NDC and the other information which have been collected from our various sectors. So we are going to listen more how the information has been utilized from the NDC 3.0, and afterwards we shall try to provide what called the technical review and input. So once this process has been done in the 3 days as expected, we shall go to the final validation. The final validation will be many people. So this is really a technical engagement. It is element of improvement, element of providing clarity. It is not that this is not there. If it is not there and that it is important, please bring it on board. So it is element of improvement, element of providing clarity. Before we go to the final wrap of validation, where I shall have many stakeholders to help validate this. Okay? And then we shall take it to the rounds of final validation that will be political in nature. So the 3 days engagement, I want to emphasize it is the technical engagement. Technical engagement. And we also implore you to look at those aspects that are pertaining to those specific sector. Because the NDC is really a big document, isn't it? Many sectors are there. The reason that's why we invited you in terms of sector experts if you are both adaptation and mitigation, we look at how does adaptation and mitigation of the trade and industry be captured. That is your first priority before even you cross over to go to other areas. How is the adaptation and maybe mitigation in urban development being captured? But some of the sectors are only under one section. Maybe they are either adaptation or mitigation. Okay, but also we recognize that there is a structure and there is guidance given by UNFCCC. Okay, for example, we have 4 mitigation sectors. We are talking about agriculture, forestry, and other land uses. Talk about energy. In energy, we also find transport there. Okay, but also talk about waste resources and then IPPU, industrial product and product use, isn't it? Meaning that if those are the 4 sectors with international guidance of how this have to be done, it means that in one sector under mitigation, isn't it? Like here, you can find the transport, or you can find the energy under industry, energy. You can find the industry, you can find the transport, you can find the wetlands, but being combined under one structured sector as provided for under international guidance. So what is important is that we look out for those interventions that actually speak to our sector. Because at the end of the day, we have made a commitment at the level, which will go to the international level, but also when we make this commitment, we are mandatory to implement those commitments because they will be reported. Okay? So that is the guidance we want to provide. That whichever we propose, take consideration that has to be implemented between now and 2035, isn't it? And we have to find ways of how this will correlate with our available resources and expected resources. And how does it also try to integrate our priorities when it comes to the National Development Plan, maybe National Development 5 or 4. So this is how we should look into this and ensure that whatever I'm proposing, we can easily implement it. It is a national commitment, so we are not going to be forced to put what we cannot commit ourselves to, isn't it? But also we take note that the NDC is a resource mobilization tool. Those who will be writing climate change projects and they are detached from NDC, getting resources to implement them, and then it will be likely. Okay? So let us understand what the NDC is, what is its importance, as we try to dive into those interventions that we commit ourselves to do and the corresponding targets. If you think that you are going to be doing climate change projects and resource mobilization, any intervention that will not be linked or that will not feature in the NDC to help to mobilize international climate change financing. But again, this NDC is the first engine when the Ministry of Water and Environment and NPA are assessing the government programs in terms of climate change compliance. We look at what have you committed yourself to do the NDC and how are you bringing them in the budget framework papers that you present for Parliament, look for resources. Okay? So it is actually an important process that we should be mindful of how we structure it, the targets and the commitments, taking into consideration of our national obligation of mainstreaming climate change in the budget and work plan, but also looking further an extra mile in terms of that we have to commit at national level, international level, and mobilizing the adequate means of implementation, including the carbon trading. Because the country will not be able to go the budget, the national carbon budget, when the NDC does not future such kind of investments, isn't it? Even those that will come to develop carbon projects will be based on the NDC priorities to develop carbon projects. That's one can do what we call the carbon budget for the country, and resonate well with what we call the carbon registry for the country. So everything is actually interlinked. I did mention those kind of clarification to try to guide us how we think about the NDC and how does this resonate well with our programs, and then in the programs we go into the sectors. So I think this is what I want to provide in terms of the detail. I end by thanking each and everybody who is physically here and online, and we pledge that we are going to do proper coordination of this.
Thank you so much, Commissioner and Representative. Thank you, and we always benefit from your knowledge and guidance. Keep on your opening remarks that the department has changed. And I don't know whether you're going for it, D3C, whichever, but at least it changed from the USCCP to something to do with climate change and carbon markets. But also taking note that basically our engagement here is to provide technical guidance and make sure that we can come up with a very, very informative NDC as usual. And we always benefit from having your technical guidance, and we can't take that for granted. Next on the agenda, we are going to have opening remarks from UNDP, and I'm sure Mr. Sengalama should be with us and give us those remarks. Just to confirm if Mr. Tom Sengalama can hear us.
Yes, I can hear you very well. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and you can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you, Mr. MC, and thank you, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Semambo, for the wonderful remarks that you have given. Although I look seated because I'm online, allow me to deliver my remarks in this posture, but in spirit I am standing because I am supposed to address the audience while standing. I was meant to be there physically, but I couldn't make it because there is another engagement that ended a bit late, and it could not allow me to rush to the ministry. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Water and Environment, and in particular the Climate Change Department. Mr. Commissioner will forgive me. I have just learned that the name has changed. I am still trying to register it in my brain. So allow me to use the Climate Change Department for today, but subsequently I will use the right name. The different government ministries who are present and who are part of this NDC process, the development partners who have partly supported the financing of this process, but also who are active participants and stakeholders in the development of the NDC 3.0, which is the second NDC for Uganda. Particularly, I want to recognize the UK government, who, through the Climate Promise, who have provided financial support to coordinate the development of this NDC. The World Bank, who have supported a number of studies. The Agence Française de Développement, who also worked on this, and many other development partners who made financial contribution to the development of this process. I also want to recognize the NGOs who are part of the process of providing financing, technical inputs, the reviews, and others, and the members of the media who make sure that this is publicized and known to the public. In a special way, I want to thank the Zutari, who on second round, because Zutari was the consultant whom UNDP engaged to develop the first NDC, and this time they competed again and were successful in taking up the development of NDC 3.06. Zutari, for the commitment and for the great work you do in coordinating this. As UNDP, we were asked by the UN Secretary General to coordinate the technical aspects of NDC coordination within the UN country team. And the money from the UK government under the climate promise was given to the UNDP to do that coordination. I want to thank the Minister of Water and Environment for allowing us to take up that leadership and for the immense support that we have received from you in coordinating this. And also allow me to thank the Minister of Water and Environment for the leadership. This time, you have seen less of UNDP convening. You have seen more of government convening and the ministry organizing all these meetings and facilitating them. And this is great for us because this is a clear demonstration of the strong support and a strong ownership by government of these processes. Our government has been pushing us actually. Previously, we used to ask government to meetings would be postponed because the government would not be ready. This time, I want to report to the team that the ministry has been pushing us, and the contrary, the agencies, the development partners have been delaying the pace of implementation because government has wanted it to be implemented faster and concluded faster. And this is very, very positive. We are very grateful for this proactive engagement and support. Commissioner Semamba has really articulated all the technical aspects about NDC. But importantly, he has emphasized that the NDC is a resource mobilization tool. And therefore, this makes it important for all of us who are seated in the room and those online to carefully review both the mitigation and adaptation priorities that are articulated in this document to ensure that the priorities within your sectors, the priorities within your agencies are clearly reflected. Because going forward, you will need to demonstrate how your programs, how your projects are addressing the priorities within the NDC. So this is very important. So, and this makes these consultations very, very important because we don't want tomorrow an agency to come to government to say, I am implementing this, and the government tells you this is not part of our priority. Where is it in the NDC? And then you start finding, you realize that you made a mistake not to make that useful consultation, not to make that input that you wanted reflected in the NDC process. The sectors are very clear, and we hope as we go through the draft that Zutari has shared this morning, you will find your areas of focus clearly reflected. And where they are not, today is an opportunity for us to really make sure that our voice is heard, our priorities are reflected, so that we produce an NDC that speaks to Uganda's priorities and to what we hold dear. I don't want to speak much because from UNDP we have Zutari, who are going to lead the technical presentations. Mine was to, first of all, welcome you, to thank you, and particularly to thank government and partners for the proactive leadership in coming up with this NDC 3.0. We have very strict timelines. The Climate Promise Program, which provides some of the funding to put this together, is ending. It was supposed to actually end with June. We are negotiating a short extension, but we would want most of this work to be concluded within June, and probably if we stretch by end of July, we should have the NDC in place. And that means all the consultation processes needs to be programmed and implemented. We have been pushing to Zutari to make sure that they put together all the information. We were lucky to have very good support and very good collaboration with the World Bank, with the Agence Française de Développement, with UNEP, with the FAO, with the WWF, and all other agencies who were leading on different analytical areas. These analytics were UNICEF. These analytics were finalized, shared with Zutari, and Zutari has been synthesizing them and compiling this document. Today, we are discussing a document that has those technical inputs from all those agencies, and which agencies consulted you during the analytical processes, during the collection of this information and its analysis. So I would say by extension that this document that we are going to discuss today is already a reflection of the work that we have all collectively done, and therefore reflects our views and our technical inputs. I really look forward to a very fruitful discussion, and I once again thank the Ministry and the Government of Uganda for leading this NDC development process. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thompson, and it's always a pleasure to get your words of wisdom and encouragement, and always working with you. We can't re-emphasize more the issue of strict timelines that we have. We just heard from UNDP that at least we should have this NDC completed or concluded by end of July. So we all know the journey that we have to move, but with us here, I'm very confident that we shall be able to achieve this. Before we proceed for breakfast, and also being mindful that our permanent secretary must be at the meeting somewhere, just allow me to take him to make our very first presentation on the update of the NDC 3.0 program. I think that's been already uploaded. Okay, thank you. Sir, you most welcome. Take us this very crucial agenda.
I can use this other form of my phone. You have another mic. Yes, good morning once again. I think I have a task to deliver. The moderator has already told us that there is some bit of adjustment in the program. We thought it is important to first give you what we have been doing before we tell you what this is all about. Isn't it? What have we done, where are we, and where are we going in this process? Then we shall break, and then we come back and show you what a good NDC should have, so that when the secretary is presenting, you try to assess whether it is good or not. Isn't it? Yeah. So my name is Mohammed, as well changed. I have about 6 slides to give you the update process of the NDC. I see the other name is not Timbo, it's Semako. So I hope the other slides will be very clear. Next. So I'll be talking about those 4 items. Uganda's NDC, they revised the roadmap. Keep on updating this roadmap, as you heard from UNDP representative, that we have been pushing to finalize this. But again, it is good. I've never seen a UN agency which can confess that it's been the development partners delaying in the processes. But again, there's also good reason why these delays have been there. They are not intended specifically, but the issue is that how do we get adequate information from this process? So government has tried to push as much as possible to ensure that we have NDC done very well. Then I'll talk about the progress where we are, and then the timelines. I wanted to tell Tom, if he's still there, maybe you have timelines as government partner, but also government have timelines as well to deliver. We see that this is really fitting one another, but of course, from what I've mentioned, as if you have picked what government is now trying to work around in terms of the timelines. Next. Next presentation is not coming. Okay. So no, it is okay. I cannot talk about this. You correct the screen. So I did mention that in 2015, the Paris Agreement came into existence. But the actual affirmation and ratification of the Paris Agreement happened in 2016. And this is where the countries were propelled, those that have signed the Paris Agreement, that please commit yourself on what you are going to do, isn't it, to respond to climate change. So in 2015, Uganda has already prepared what's called the INDC, the Intended National Contribution. That is 2015. So when the Paris Agreement was ratified in 2016, we did not reinvent the wheel. We have just deleted the I, and then it became our first nationally determined contribution because we have just completed it by that time. Okay? And we submitted it. So what the INDC brought is that we will reduce our emission by 22% in 2030 with full implementation and conditional, the full implementation and conditional, and majorly the focus was on mitigation. Majorly we have focus on mitigation, but with a few sectors, not all mitigation sectors, as we have it in the updated NDC, which is version number 2. Okay? So we have to work out an arrangement in that direction. And the money, I think by that time, we're looking about to 5.5 billion. Okay? So that served to be the first NDC for the country. It is a conversion of the INDC of 2015 to fit into the Paris Agreement ratification processes, where parties to the Paris Agreement we have to submit the national determined contribution. So we deleted the I. It became now the first NDC instead of becoming intended. Okay? Now, in 2022, the country chose to update the first one. Okay? Because the Paris Agreement, under the guidance for the NDC, after 5 years, you either communicate a new NDC or you can update, isn't it? So we chose to update our NDC, and what we did in the update is actually to expand on the adaptation sectors and mitigation sectors, and also improved on the overall target from the 22% to the 24.7% in 2022, but also the time frame of implementation was going up to 2030, like in the initial one, in the first one. So we increased on our ambition of reducing greenhouse gases, but we also provided the clarity in terms of the target, in terms of the indicators, though with gaps, as you know, but there was an improvement from the initial one. Okay, in terms of sector elaboration, the economy target, the intervention, and also the money correspondingly also moved up, isn't it? So in that one, we had 2 conditionalities. the unconditional and the conditional, which most of you know, isn't it? So the unconditional one was speaking to the 5.9%, meaning that those interventions that we can implement with our domestic resources within our mechanism, they were contributing to 5.9%. And then the conditional one was looking at the 18.8%. So when you add the two of these ones, they fit into the 24.7%. We're looking at those conditionalities, okay? When it came to the money, we see there was an improvement because we had brought new, we have elaborated the sectors of adaptation and mitigation, the areas have expanded, and therefore the required resources also had to be what? Be much more as compared to NDC 1, isn't it? Now, this time around, we are told that in 2025, countries must have submitted or should submit this third round of NDC, isn't it? That's why we're talking about NDC 3.0. That was the first round, the second round, and the third round. But recall this one here, we just updated this one. So it was the same NDC, but updated. Okay? Now, with the NAC, the National Climate Change Advisory Committee, when we went to present this, and I see part of the members here, the guidance was, please don't update, just do a new NDC, isn't it? Now that's why I'm talking about our second NDC, but in terms of submission, it becomes third, isn't it? So it should not confuse you. The 3.0 is actually equivalent to our second NDC, because the first one and the second one, it was an update of the first version to expand it. Now this one, the NAC guided that instead of just updating, do a new NDC, which is now the second NDC for the country. And once we finalize it, we shall be doing the third submission. Then it will be NDC 3.0, but it means the second NDC for the country. Is that okay? So now here, we don't have targets. That's why we're saying X. Until when we finish these processes, we shall have the targets, we shall define the conditionalities, isn't it? The conditional and unconditional. The conditional are those interventions that we can do as a country when we have international support in terms of money and technology, isn't it? The unconditional is what we can do even when we don't have the required financial resources from outside, but we are using our domestic resources, isn't it? Those speaks to what we call our unconditional interventions in the NDC. So when we finish this process, as I mentioned, we shall be able to finish this second NDC, and we set up the conditionalities, and we shall be able to determine what will be the required resources. Then from that one, we shall also disaggregate in terms of the overall target of mitigation. If you say, for example, remain with 24%, isn't it here? So is the conditional still remain the same, or we are also increasing on our conditional at that? But that one shall come to know when we finish this process by June or by July, and then the money will come. Now, where are we when it comes to NDC 3.0, which is now the second NDC, the process we are in? We came up with the roadmap. We did a stock take, and most of you were in that stock take. Actually, it is why we commented to the second NDC is that when we went to the stock take, many things were done, isn't it? And many things were not clear, and many things were not reported on, isn't it? That the sectors have done a lot. But where these things have been done, they can't even trace, but they know that they have done a lot. But there are also some interventions that were not very clear, isn't it? That need to be clarified, because unclear intervention very difficult to implement. Sometimes we think they belong to the energy, yet they belong to what? To another institution. But you have them there, very good if they are done, but they are not very clear, even with the institution implementing them. So they will remain nobody's responsibility for the implementation. And we had a lot of issues which pertain this desk here also. You see this desk here? When it comes to the forestry, isn't it? The count was done in forestry. But the MRV measured the verification in forestry, isn't it? Where we say that it's our priority in terms of reducing emission, that much has been done, isn't it? But much cannot be reported on. So what is the problem? So these are things that we have to provide. So in the NDC, there's those elements, on the agenda, there's something called the equity, facilitating transparency and equality, isn't it? So this is what it means. You have to be very clear that you can measure the baseline versus what you have done, and then it can show progress in implementing your commitment. You have seen that agenda item, which is talking about first transparency, understanding, and clarity. That's what it means. Unclear NDC, you can't implement it. And these are all assessed. So that has been done, completed, and this is also informing how best we need to shape our NDC tool, which is the report in terms of reporting. There are several assessments that have been done. The World Bank and the French Development Agency have led us to do what we call the mitigation assessment. And I think most of you have been part of this process, isn't it? The last validation we had it in what we called what? In Corona. Protein, isn't it? So the World Bank has supported us in that, but also we take note of other available assessments that the World Bank might not come into. For example, climate and clean air pollution, they also undertook an assessment when it comes to the short-term climate change impacts. Okay? All these assessments are helping us to inform the target setting for mitigation, isn't it? Because they are giving us how are emissions being modeled, isn't it? From now, maybe up to 2030 or up to 2050, isn't it? And then what is it that we can do to reduce emission? And if we do them, by what level are they going to be reducing emission? If you put those interventions, how much of the emission or how many kinds of emissions can be reduced by a single intervention if it's implemented? Okay, so that one is going to help us in setting. So we thank the World Bank, we thank the Federal Government Agency, and Climate and Clean Air Coalition. They have done us some good services to ensure that the mitigation assessment is done. But also, the council has just finalized what we call, I think it was the other year, when we also finalized the second bioannual updated report, isn't it? It's also giving an indication of how emissions are fluctuating when it comes into that direction of where all mitigation sectors were engaged. Now, we also did what we call the adaptation assessment. Now, the adaptation assessment, the beauty is that some sectors have already moved ahead. Like health, isn't it? They have just done the HNAP. And I think that was in 2024, 2023 when it was launched. So we didn't need to reinvent the wheel because in the HNAP, they identified the risk, isn't it, in the sector, and they proposed the measure they want to address the risk. So for that one, we just say, give us the HNAP, give us the assessment, consultants, we have to put consultants. Now, in the WASH sector, the Ministry of the Environment last year launched the WASH, isn't it? With clear assessments, isn't it? And identified intervention. Also, that's why we said, okay, give us that because it is and hand it over. But now, there are other areas where we had great information. So the World Bank has well supported what we call assessment of adaptation in 3 sub-sectors. They supported the forestry adaptation assessment, isn't it? That was finalized. They supported the fisheries assessment for adaptation, it was finalized, and the urban residence assessment was finalized, and we have handed over those pieces of work to the consultants. So there are also some ongoing assessments which is not yet finalized, but we have all the preliminary results that we've been sharing with the consultants. FAO has been doing some assessments, UNICEF has been doing some assessments on children, isn't it? And then the UNICEF and UN, the one for the refugees.
It's the answer.
And then the Global Climate Center of Climate Mobility have also done some bit of assessment on climate mobility. All of these have been corrected to ensure that the NDC that we're putting as a country, isn't it, is not just picking things and put, but what is informing the intervention that we are putting there. Okay, so those have been done. Now, the most challenging part, which I don't know whether I'm going to address it, is about, in the target setting, is about the baseline. Because you have to set the baseline and then you put the targets. So the progress is measured against the baseline, isn't it? So in some of the sectors, there is still issues to do with the baselines, isn't it? Some of the intervention. The intervention might sound very, very, very good, isn't it? But the lead ministries and agencies do not have the baseline. Let me just give you an example. If you want to introduce e-mobility in town, isn't it? Yeah? It is a very good intervention. But if you don't have the baseline, then how do you set clear targets and how would that be measured, isn't it? Whether you implement it or not. The intervention is extremely very good. It's going to reduce emissions. But so I've just used it as an example. You will want to do e-mobility in terms of the bike, isn't it? And this is applied to all of our sectors. So it is still a great area which I think we have to do a lot, because that one can even affect the proper interventions because they lack proper baseline, isn't it? So the second that can leave this one out because it will be very difficult to measure. So the motive of leaving it out because of difficulty in measuring does not solve the problem when the intervention is good, isn't it? The undertaking. So that means that the sectors have to work hard to establish the baseline against which the targets and measure can be done, so that we don't lose out on such kind of areas. So that is really very important. I say a lot has been completed. The development partners are supporting, the civil society have supported, and also government supported in terms of adaptation assessment. And this one is the key engine of the intervention and the target setting in the NDC. That is adaptation assessment and mitigation assessment, because it will contribute to the level of greenhouse gases target reduction economy-wide and then translate into sector-specific. Because if you start to want to reduce by 60% of our emissions, what will be the contribution of forestry to the 60%, isn't it? And what are those interventions that are implemented in forestry to reduce their targets, contribute to the overall? So that's how it will work. Now, we are here. This is where I'm going, ongoing. So all this information has been shared and drafting has been ongoing, isn't it? Now, in the drafting, we want to see how is the NDC looking like, because you're not going to get all the assessment report and put them as NDC. NDC is the strategy, isn't it? So all these assessments have been done, but what is it that is extracted to go into the NDC? We don't want to carry the assessment reports and then we put them in the NDC. The NDC is actually summarizing the key issues and the facts coming off this assessment report and what intervention we want to, isn't it? But also we should be mindful that the NDC has levels of activities it can accommodate. I'm just emphasizing this. Don't say that our things are not there, isn't it? The NDC is a strategy, isn't it? If you want to enhance, I'm using you as an example, enhance tree cover in the country, isn't it? Now, we know that we go and demarcate the area, we look for seedlings that are, isn't it? Then maybe you have community engagement, you have this and this. Now, this and this will not feature in NDC. Okay? So that detail maybe will go in the implementation plan of the NDC, but not the NDC itself. We should clarify this. So we're looking at strategic interventions to go into the NDC, which is a plan. But the NDC will have what called implementation plan. Now, which will be that detail and development of the investments to implement the NDC. So that will be very important. And then lastly, the implementation plan and investment. This only come when you have the NDC finalized. Now you do the implementation plan and investment that you want to implement it, isn't it? So That is where we are, and we think that we are on the right track, though delayed by time. Next. This is part of the last slide, I think. Progress to date, avoided. This is just summarizing the other chart. Stock take has been done. Mitigation modeling and risk product assessments has been ongoing, and some of them have been finalized. And also the climate change report was done. Revised mitigation assessment report was shared, and we looked at it with the candidate scenarios that can help us to reach to the net zero, and so much of that is some remaining ongoing adaptation assessment supported by UNEP, UNICEF, FAO, UNEP, and UNDP. But I've said that these have also been advanced, and the preliminary results have already been extracted. Okay, so it's about it. Then ongoing is the alignment. Now the alignment. There is this NDC subs, there is just transition, the 10-fold growth strategy, mobility, etc. We have what we call alignment. People who are in energy, do we have somebody from this energy yet here? No. So now, Commissioner Martha, in the urban setup, you have strategies that guide what you do at strategic level. So it is that what we call the alignment, that we need to do some bit of alignment. So that now, things that we are doing are not completely detached from the known, from what we have to do. Because at the end of the day, it is the responsibility of your sector. Here we are integrated to be climate responsible. The sectoral consultation, we have done a few sectoral consultation on the component of adaptation, because adaptation component advanced as compared to mitigation, isn't it here? So what we did is that, can we have some sectoral consultation as we wait the mitigation component to come to brief you as we're approaching? So we did not do in all the adaptation section, but at least for agriculture, we had a chance to meet them, health, water and sanitation, and energy. That's on the side of adaptation. Okay? Sectoral consultation as we're waiting. And that's, we are planning regional meetings, and then we shall have the zero NDC draft document expected by June, which we already have. They are going to do what? This should have been updated. Now, importantly, is that we need to do the NDC investment plan and other energy products. We have said that at the end of this course, now this is done, they shouldn't be only 4. I'm repeating this. They should not be only 4. But we are saying by the end of the contracting obligation, when we're putting this, at least we should prioritize about 4 and try to some advanced avenue for resources, we will go for the remaining ones. Next. This is the last slide, new timeline. This was the timeline. Remember when we presented this when the permanent secretary talked about this? Not me, the real permanent secretary now. They spoke about this during the Pretoria meeting, you recall? But now, how things have unfolded, we have started to revise this, and these are the new timelines that we're going to follow. So what is important that once we do this exercise here, the zero draft, and discuss, expect to bring this one to the top policy of Ministry of Water and Environment, look at it, and then once the top policy gives green light, then we take it to the NAC, isn't it? Climate Change Advisory Committee, okay? Because it is mandatory under the climate change law. This is the timeline, the new timeline, and then the policy committee on environment, and at that level, because it's the same committee of parliament that also do business for climate change. So that is the new timeline that we have. So when Mr. Thomas Sengram of UNDP was saying that at the last of July, I thought that okay, might have looked into what we're also trying to target. So this is what really we have as new timelines, and we hope if you do well, we can really try to fit into that. Okay, so thank you very much. But I also take this opportunity to welcome the senior colleagues in the room that have come and decided to start the process of disengagement as we await for you to arrive here. So, moderator, I thank the audience for listening to me. Thank you so much, Commissioner, for taking that to lead that. And I think it restores a lot of hope in us. I quote you saying we're on the right track despite late timelines. So, but I'll take the one we're on the right track, isn't it? And now we can separate between NDC 3.0 and then someone saying second NDC. I think now everything is clear to us. I want to invite guests about 2 or 3 any reactions, if any, to what commissioners presented, if any, before you break off for a group photo and then any. Oh, thank you. Someone help me move the mic. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Charles Utimo. I come from the Ministry of Works and Transport. I head the Environment Division of the Ministry. First of all, I want to thank the Commissioner for his presentation. But I wanted to share a challenge. I think in the group, maybe we can discuss and find a solution. The issue is about baseline. For example, he brought the point of introduction of EV, like a motorcycle, 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers in the town. As a ministry, we may have the baseline in terms of numbers we have in Uganda. But the challenge, you may have the numbers, for example, in terms of what is imported and registered. But the one running on the street, that one becomes a challenge because you can import a 2-wheeler when you're a trader and you keep it, no one is buying it, it will be there maybe for 2 years for someone to buy it. But in the record, you have, but it is not doing the actual work. So when you are looking at emission reduction, you are looking at the numbers you have, and the one working may be less. So that is the challenge which we have in transport. Then lastly, and I thought maybe we could share, I remember one time Dr. Sabit said, we need to make constant surveys of what we have on our street, even the vehicles, because I know the number we have cumulative, but I don't know what is running, which they call the fleet. We can have the stock, but the fleet we don't have. And that has been a challenge, a big challenge. Now, apart from that, I wanted to also add on what is the different assessments we have. We have a report, which was done by World Bank, which is called Country Climate Development Report. I think it covers agriculture, it covers housing, and also it covers transport. That report is rich. And I remember when the consultant was coming to consult us on this development, we had to share that report. So the proposals in that report are also going to be included in this NDC. I shall thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Once again, Anthony Mugere, I represent ACCORD, Advocates Coalition for Development and Environment. Mr. Semaho, I'm glad in your presentation you are already to the 2 things which we should really focus on as people have been involved in this process for some time, namely improvement and clarity. Now, from the civil society perspective, I know we'll have time for the next 3 days to give our input on some of these issues. Our concern has been largely on 2 things which you indicated that we look forward to seeing the improvement in these 2, especially on the reporting by some sectors. I vividly recall the last two engagements, we had these gaps of data and agriculture and all the others I don't want to go into now. So we'll be looking forward to the update on that. The baseline has already been alluded to. The only issue I want you to respond to is the implementation plan. As you say, this is the bigger one where we are always, many of us, the usual suspects, we are involved. But as civil society organizations who are working with the grassroots and the CBOs and the individuals who are stressed in different ways by the issues we are going to discuss, when are we, and to what extent are their views captured at this level? Implementation, I know, can take place at the lower levels as you illustrated in your presentation. But when we are engaging at this level, if you look at our codes based in West Nile, we have activities going on in Karamoja, and we have a lot of evidence of issues that we need to take note of at this level. So I don't know how this is done, whether we are waiting for implementation plan and then we'll address that, or there is a mechanism of having these issues captured at this stage. Thank you.
Okay, take one moment.
Yes, good morning to everybody, and thank you very much for this meeting. My name is Trudy Mwanga, and I am from the Green Building Council. Thanks for the consultation. I will come back to a point I raised repeatedly. It's the issue comes down to information sharing and information generation. Really. When it comes to those environments, we it's fragmented, it's basically difficult to put together, and within the NDC itself, it appears in different parts. It's not a consolidated sector as agriculture and others are. But there is an issue of baseline when it comes to baseline information as permissions, which needs to be addressed, and I hope it will be addressed. More so because we need to have some sort of indication as to typologies, as to building typologies and the emissions that they emit, materials that they actually have, and the emissions that are associated with their use, and the opportunities that actually currently exist within Uganda as a country, within the national, local resources, and how we can mitigate those resources by looking to local materials. So there's a lot of work that has to be done in terms of the research, in terms of the materials themselves, and in terms of emissions, but then also in terms of the applicability. In that context, we should look also at the issue of policies that have been lying dormant for some time with regards to the use of local materials and everything else. So I'm hoping that in this process, we'll get to dive into all of those, or at least address some of those issues.
Thank you so much, Andrew. I think now I'll give an opportunity to Commissioner to come and give some response. And no rest of them will come back.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. This is good, and I hope the Zutari team is actually taking note, because some of the things will wait and see what is in this report. Okay. Starting from what my neighbor here mentioned, I made a lot of assessment, materials, etc. Then we see how this NDC are being structured. So, but I've mentioned that the consultants will guide us, because they have this vast experience. They have worked on several countries, because some of these things will be very difficult to arrange them in the sectors as we know them. Okay, because they are standards. There's a format for putting the ending. But when it comes to the implementation structure, the implementation arrangement structure, now can put them back and say, okay, this is under agriculture, but the intervention in terms of international guidance, but the interventions goes to forest, isn't it? So it should be implemented by forest. This is under this sector by international guidance, but when it comes to implementation by local guidance, maybe it goes to the Ministry of Local Government, isn't it? So that one, we shall really try to dive into that. I just want to do some bit of the baseline. I don't want to talk a lot of this, but what we want, and I think that is a valid point. We want Tlapero to tell us how this has been captured when you are doing the modeling. Are you modeling based on the registered, if that's the limit that you have, or the modeling is actually based on what is running in the street. Okay? So this one can try to see, because those are the model errors that can be corrected, depending on assumptions. That is the point of assumption. That we assume that everything that comes in the country is going to be at one time on the road running. Or you want to be real that when you are modeling at that particular time, these are the numbers that will operate in. But you also, you are going to ask us to provide the facts that this is the number which is operating. But can we hear from them? And then that can provide some bit of clarification. But it's a point of modeling, okay? The same for that report about country climate change report, development report. It is one of the first documents that we are sharing with these people. But we all know that the NDC, when we are getting this, they may not capture each and everything under your sector. Isn't it so? Because you are to prioritize ahead. This one has the time limitation in terms of implementation. That is also a question, isn't it? Or what is that one to implement within that particular period of time? And is it speaking well to the national committee, which is in the NDP4, as an example? So it is us to say that, okay, these are all good, but we think within this time period and based on the emissions model, we can do ABC, isn't it? So that would be something good to look into. And I think Dr. Mugere, we represent this in two assessments. First and foremost, we cannot reach each and everybody. That is a fact. This might not be a census. But again, we know the approaches that some of these assessments that we do are reflecting what may be coming from the communities because they are done as scientific and socioeconomic assessment. Then, once these are picked, then we have to go back and we are planning for regional consultations. But then in the regional consultation, we're not going to bring the farmers to sit in that meeting. Again, we'll be big focus on their representative. Okay, so that is the two we will look at. But if there is a better approach of how accommodating this, depending on the time and resource, then we can sit and discuss and see how we accommodate this. But from our point of view, that all the assessments, they are being informed by the data coming from the users or from the communities, isn't it? Even if it is in transport, even if it is in this, isn't it? And the mode of basing that, and we use it to inform. But now we have to go back and do some bit of consultation. So there is a gap between us and going to the real person, but also we treasure that the civil society, the researchers, that we have collected information which you can use to inform these processes, and that's what we're going with. So regional consultation will be there. I think the rest of this, the reporting, information sharing, I think we'll have to improve. That is a point of improvement everywhere. How do you share this information? But in this arrangement, before you were here, I apologize if I submit this report today. But the also important thing is that we here for 3 days. And I'm encouraging people not to just run everywhere, don't read everything. You all know where some spike, isn't it? If I'm Zake, I know I have interest in soils and in this part, isn't it? Because it is important, and I'm going to discuss this because there is that group work. If you see how these things are being structured for today as a general item today, is that the consultants gives us enlighten us to what is this which we have. And the discussion there is that on just general questions, you get it. But tomorrow we are diving into our sector specifics. What is it there for the built environment and urban environment? The same Trudy, Commissioner Martha, maybe Aaron, get your constituency plus other people who are interested in urban. Look at what is there. Isn't it? That's what we want to handle the discussion tomorrow. And then we go into the details. So that's the structure of the program. Today we want to listen more. How our information we have been giving these people, how is it being presented? Then we can ask some key general questions. So it is also facilitating us that tomorrow when we go to the group work, isn't it? Then we dive more of these details, basing on what is pertaining our interests as an individual and sectors. So that's what we shall be doing for tomorrow. Okay. So at the end of it, we have to collect all this. Now remember, this is not a political consultation. This is a technical review consultation leading us into the national stakeholders validation. So I don't expect you to ask questions during the stakeholders validation. You are going to become ambassadors. I'm joking. So, but whatever I contribute as technical people here is shaping this report. By the time we take it to the wider stakeholder validation and regional validation, to the NAC and the Policy Committee on Environment, at least the expert might have given an art. That's why it's that even when you are here, please consult back to get information and we sharpen this. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So we have the answers, we have the solutions, and we are here without issue. So with all that said, I want us to begin to take a quick photo. I know we've not had breakfast yet, but just a minute, we'll take a group photo and then we can take a break.
I suggest that can we do that maybe? Because there could be other. Let's first take this, then you can do it maybe towards lunchtime. I'm just suggesting the other people. The other people, because we also account for them.
We take
It's a proposal.
We take your guidance, sir. So let's how much time are we giving ourselves? The good thing we are near the breakfast, so we'll give ourselves.
And the most can tell us.
We give ourselves 30 minutes and be here quarter to. Thank you. to be talking about. We know this is an expanded technical working group. So we thought that it would be important to remind ourselves, building on what the commissioner had shared in the morning, the brief summaries of our first NDCs, the NDC 3.0. Then we'll divide ourselves into the science of NDCs. Why do we do this? Many people think NDCs are usual action plans, but they have a science behind them. Then we'll go into the futures of a good NDC. We are not preempting what our NDC should have, but and then we will expand on what the commissioner shared in the morning on what was contained in our NDCs, because you will be referred to the NDC 2.0 or the updated NDC, and we might come across statements like all mitigation measures of the updated NDC. So this presentation intends to unpack what were the measures in those NDC. So next, I always want to start with the captivating spot. That is a good image of showing that a water source was 33 kilometers. But because of technology, don't mind about the color of the colleagues, but mind about what is in those balloons. This mobile app intends to help you map and monitor key water points. So imagine we are working on an NDC and we are promising the country all these good things you have had. We are going to bring so many $1 million, we are going to bring private sector, we are going to even help contribute to the tenfold growth strategy, ambitious expansion of GDP to 500 billion. And then the Ugandans are there with their buckets, and they're asking you, will that app of yours carry the water home? In simple terms, how will this NDC translate into the societal needs in Uganda? And today, you, the members of the technical working group, are the ones to answer that question. Between the theory and the question Ugandans are asking, whether it will really bring the services we envisage, the action we envisage to see. So next, just to remind ourselves, for some of you who are here for the first time, NDCs are not from the sky. We have the history, just like all of you have the village where you will be buried, provided you have one nationality that you gather. So, NDCs were actually born at the birth of the UNFCCC. But because many of us don't want to know history, like to know in 1900, as Uganda was signing the agreement, Paul also signed that agreement. And he also Angola signed that agreement in 1902. So as in 1995, the UNFCCC, the first framework agreement, was being sealed
One of the silent features in that agreement was nationally determined programs, NDPs. For Mr. Kapwa and his team at NPA, you would have said those were supposed to be national development programs. But at the start of the UNFCC, there was a framework for nationally determined programs. However, this framework was only for the developing countries. It was not for all. It was only for developing countries. So for some of you who have the Climate Change Act, CAP 181, when you go to the schedule, I think schedule 4. No, when you go to schedule 2, schedule 2 is the UNFCCC, the UNFCCC framework. Or you will find that nationally determined programs were there. When we went to Bali, I don't know whether a number of you were already negotiators by 2007. There was what we call the Bali Action Plan and the Bali Roadmap. I think the likes of Dr. Adam, because that negotiations were now framed under the Bali Action Plan, where we had 2 negotiating tracks: the long-term cooperative agreement and the other track, which are fulfilled. But under the long-term cooperative agreement, there was a shared vision, which gave birth to the long-term global goal for emission reduction. There are reasons why I'm picking these words. I started with the nationally determined programs, then I'm going to pick the long-term global goal for emission reduction. So take note of these 2 terminologies. I'm showing you how the history of NDCs has been anchored in the UNFCCC. Now, after Bali, when we gave birth to numbers, which have also died naturally, and don't blame the negotiator. In 2009, where many of us started to critically follow negotiations, that failed COP in the city of Copenhagen gave us an accord. I don't mean the accord of my brother, but the accord, the outcome which has not been consensus agreed to. That is what we call an accord. So the Copenhagen Accord gave us also a terminology for the first time to reduce global emissions so as to hold the increase in global temperature below 2 degrees. Now, I hope you are connecting the dots. In 2007, governments of the world agreed for the first time on a long-term goal to reduce emissions. 2 years later, the same governments agreed that the aim of reducing these emissions should be to hold the increase in the global temperature below 2 degrees. What I usually tell colleagues is that as the African group of negotiators decided to go out to march, it missed the opportunity of changing 2 degrees to 1.5 degrees. So 2 degrees became the working target. But nonetheless, in the nights of signing the accord, we managed to sneak the word of strengthening the long-term goal, including in relation to the temperature rises of 1.5 degrees. Now, this is the buttress or the anchor or the base of the Paris Agreement. What I'm trying to say, it took us another 6 years to change those words and fix them in the Paris Agreement. When we went to Cancun, I hope Anthony is online. Luckily, a number of you who are in Cancun, I see you in this room. May the soul of our departed colleagues, especially Dr. Mugero, who worked tirelessly to ensure that the issue of having a 1.5 degree reference remained the position of LDC and Africa. So in Cancun, we agreed on the adequacy of long-term global goal. You can see how these terminologies are finding themselves. National determined programs was 1995. 2007, we came up with long-term global goals. 2009, we introduced the temperature range of 2 degrees and 1.5. 2010, we qualified the baseline as pre-industrial levels. And then 2013, 14, 19, and 20, we changed it from nationally determined programs to domestic preparations for intended nationally determined contributions. There is someone in these negotiations we don't see, who is ensuring that the ideas he or she started with in 1995 see the life. And that's what we have been going through for all those decades of the UNFCCC. Next. So what are NDCs? This is one of the questions which disturbs the number of colleagues. But I usually say, don't stress a lot. NDCs are merely ambitious efforts to achieve the Paris Agreement. When next time someone asks you what are NDCs, do not bite your tongue. Just say these are efforts to achieve the what? The Paris Agreement. But in Uganda, I showed you a photo as we started. There are Ugandans who don't want to know what Paris Agreement is. They want to understand what are these. You are making us stay online, attend Zoom, and really have this consultation. These are our national climate action plan. Okay? Why do NDCs matter? They matter because of those reasons. But mainly, if you have read the Constitution of Uganda, the principles and the state objectives state that Uganda will always honor its obligations. And one of their obligations is our commitments under the Paris Agreement. As you know, we signed an instrument of ratification. So we have obligations as a country. And in line with our constitution, we have to honor the directives of state policy. One of it is to honor our obligations. And those obligations are already embedded in the Paris Agreement. Those provisions in the Paris Agreement which matter to Uganda. Next. Why are NDCs important? I think this is one of the questions lead agency representatives. This room should answer. If you are representing a local government, a ministry, and you haven't done your lead agency climate action plan, you are faulting the Climate Change Act. So you are one of those who is delaying implementation. We are talking about linkages with other international frameworks. We are talking about catalyzing investments. I don't know when the Minister of Finance is here. The tenfold growth strategy is anchoring on foreign direct investment in expanding the economy. The last time I read, I started to be corrected with startup. Foreign direct investment.
I understand that the UNFCCC is pro poverty eradication, and that means that all government programs in Uganda are in line with the NDC, because that is one of the important. The NDC provides the environment for stakeholder engagement. I think it is the NDC discussion which have made a number of ministries to appreciate cross-cutting issues. As you know, when the Ministry of Water is conducting the certificate of compliance, one of the tools, actually the main tool for assessment, is the NDC. Meaning that colleagues from ministries, agencies, and departments who are here, and the NDC is talking contrary to what you have done in your MTF. This is the right time to align your MTF with the NDC report. Unleash new markets and services.
the domestic revenue modernization strategy, which Ministry of Finance I think is yet to update, providing for new and innovative sources. Carbon markets, or what we are calling market mechanisms, are the promising new and innovative sources. But you know, the future of carbon markets is shifting from voluntary carbon markets to compliance. And anything which is under compliance, the carbon markets is under, must be anchored in the NDC. This is why the issue of the mitigation target is critical. So, colleagues who want to trade, especially the sectors which have potential, also colleagues from departments of forest management, this is where we see whether you have potential in trading in forest. Colleagues in agriculture, I don't know why we are not talking about the soil carbon trading, but there is the potential in soil carbon. Colleagues still in agriculture, rangeland management, there is potential in the rangelands. I saw we have an agroforestry strategy. The trees on the farm also have potential. So all of these, we are the ones who fix them in these 3 days. Next. See, technology becomes complex. Now, what is the science behind NDCs? This is where poor countries like the LDC have to defend that word we recently enacted, sovereign. So how do you show that Uganda is sovereign? One, Uganda has to make the country to demonstrate you are there. But how do you make a contribution on things which are already being highlighted, that the space for polluting has reduced? Now, we have what we call the business as usual, or the current development trajectory. I don't want to use a point, so I need to use arrow. That thing you see in here, that is the hypothetical development trajectory. It shows that emissions will continue to move in that model in the next 35 years, because it's running up to 2060. History says, history is what you see here in the black. So we are having history up to 2020. History is showing us that emissions have been rising from prehistoric time. Prehistoric times, we are talking about pre-industrial time. That is around 1890. Now, there was, I told you, we have made only in Cancun. These ones, 2 degrees and what? And 1.5. The IPCC has done the science for us, and it has told us how much emissions should be in the atmosphere to be in the 2-degree world. How much emissions should be in the atmosphere to be in the 1.5-degree world. However, the question is, how do we go into these 2 regions yet we are here. That is why NDC is coming. The national and coming contributions of our national climate action plan. And these are the things you are seeing here in red. So every sovereign member state of the UN has come up with their names. Many countries have submitted the last year, some submitted earlier this year. We are also submitting this year. So it is the different NDCs, if you aggregate them, will tell you whether we are falling within the 1.5 degree region or within the 2 degree, or we have overshot 1.5 but below 2 degree, or we are even already above 2 degree. And not taking even us to 2 degree world, but already they are above the 2 degree world. That is why member states, sovereign member states, were asked to aim higher. Now, these are the numbers. Of the year 0.5 degree world is the one on my screen here. What we are saying that for you to be within the 2 degree world, the carbon budget, the space in the air, for us, we should be working in, all of us who are polluting, should be within 1,470 gigatons. That is the higher denominator. And for us to be within the 1.5 degrees, the budget for us to be working in, to be within the 1.5 degrees, we should be pumping around 500 gigatons of carbon dioxide. Now, that means that the likelihood of getting to the 1.5 degrees, if you did the probability, is half. Meaning that it is aga. The likelihood of being in the 2 degree world is 67, or you can say 70%, when you round it to the nearest denominator. That means that it is feasible to be in the 2 degree world if we can pump around 1,500 gigatons. What now does that mean? Or if 192 member states should be able in that period to be having the average emissions in the atmosphere below 1,470. But when you look at the greenhouse gas inventories of all our countries, many of us are even exceeding 0.1 gigaton. You see the magic? So 0.1 gigaton times 100, that's already 10 gigatons. Actually, if you round it off, that would be around 20 gigatons in 1 year, meaning that all countries of the world are adding 20 gigatons. That means that in 5 years, we would be already in 1,000 gigatons. So you can see that the math is not talking to the reality. This is why countries are asked to be more ambitious. Commit that you will reduce more. And what is the reference point? The greenhouse gas inventory. If it is checked and your emissions are going, that means that emissions are reduced. So this is why we are inviting all of you to help us in shaping Uganda's NDC 3.0. Next. So, having said all of that, what should a good NDC have? A good NDC 3.0 should have at least a target for 2035. At least it should have revised the targets for 2030. And those targets may align with the net zero, or to be more ambitious, the 1.5 degree goal. Don't ask me where is net zero and 1.5 degree goal. Go to the global stock page. A good NDC should have ambitious sectoral targets. A good example of our sectoral targets, forestry. We want to increase our forest cover to 15.5% by end of the current ND4. The math around there, colleagues would tell us in Department of Forestry Management. We want to be a country which is free from malaria by 2030. I saw colleagues in head. We should build resilience across all sectors or across all systems. Catalyze investments and strengthen governance. Our governance, our NAC, the policy committee, the district committees should be working. NDC should catalyze these governance structures. Why? And most importantly, people have to be at the center of climate action. Because whatever we do is for the people, the population of Uganda. These are not my things. I don't want to like it. I got these ones from World Resources Institute. Next. Then what are the elements of a good NDC 3.0? These are the requirements in the rules for transparency or what an NDC which is undergoing the second iteration, or in a simple English, we are calling a new NDC, should have. We reflect the highest possible ambition, and it should not backtrack, meaning it should be progressing. It should have the ICTU. The commission already told you that. He explained it in his presentation. We should have that table which summarizes what your NDC is about. It should have indicators to track progress towards the two things. Implementation is different from achievement. Currently, we are implementing our NDC, the first NDC. It has never stopped. Okay? And we are still implementing it. After 2030, we will see whether it was achieved or not. Are we clear? But currently, we are implementing. The new NDC we will come up with, as you will guide, we also will first implement it, and then we let us see how we have achieved it. Now, in the ICTU table is where we have to describe the methodologies and the accounting approaches. Zukari today is going to be explaining to us all of these things. The methodologies and the assumptions which are going to be used to estimate the reductions and removals for forestry. All of those, we are going to get them, and you will critique them and guide on them. It should be able to report on the projections, forecasting. We can see projections now up to 2100, end of the century. And these projections should be with the measures, with additional measures, and without measures. What we call the business as usual, the current NDC development trajectory, and then the ambitious. Then, when you are doing those projections, you have to categorically highlight how emissions are going to change when they are inclusive of land use change, and forestry. That is a category. And when you have removed land use change, and forestry. Next, as I want to wind up to hear the questions. Next, just to take you from where Commissioner stopped. Next, Commissioner talked of the first NDC, and he told you it was largely adaptation, it was largely mitigation with some adaptation sectors. You can see in 2016, we only had around 6 adaptation sectors: agriculture, livestock, forestry, water, health, and then a cross-cutting disaster risk management. In the mitigation policies, you can see we only have 3, if not mistaken, 4. Energy, forestry, wetland, and some form of energy, which included transport. And just remind ourselves, it was 22% of the baseline of the business as usual we did in 2015. In 2015, Dr. Adam and team had modeled that our emissions would be around 77. So you can see in 2015, things were still low. Now, when we have done the modeling, you are going to see how the business as usual is in 2030 and beyond. Next. That was how they constructed their baseline. Just to emphasize, this year was the 2000. They used the first national communication, and when they were modeling the business as usual, they usually considered these 3. And this was our business as usual emission by 2030. That is what Adam and team model. But we happen to have him today, such that he can see where they started from and where now we have gone. Next. We came up with the update, like Commissioner highlighted. We had some sector targets as you see them. Then we became ambitious. For the first time, we came up with the unconditional contribution of around 8.8 million tons and a condition of around 28 million tons. Covering all those sectors, the money increased from 5.5 billion to 28.1 billion. And you can see that things a bit became big. Next. Now, when we talk about the mitigation interventions in the current NDC, I thought this slide would be useful because these are discussions we are going through. We want you to have a sharp eye and see whether these interventions, one, are they still relevant, all of them? Two, is your current ministry still doing these things? Three, are the potentials and the targets that were used to model the same targets we are using now? Because under agriculture, forestry, we are talking of actions. The commissioner said some actions were not clear. For example, we are talking about an action like commercial charcoal production. And yet also we have an action relating to sustainable fuel oil. Do we have information, Department of Forest Management? Do we have information on the annual roundwood harvests? Are they coming from sustainable logging areas and practices? Or they are coming from illegal logging? And then we are counting them as our annual, like harvests. What were the assumptions we used? Are they the same assumptions now? For example, we said that the unconditional would contribute 6.8. That would be the government intervention. The conditional, the 23.5. But now we hear you have an EU forest partnership. Are the new targets in the EU forest partnership talking to this? When we come to colleagues in the wetland management department, if the area under the wetlands is reducing, does it commensurate with what we projected? By the way, where is the distinction between a peatland and a wetland? What is the coverage of peatland? What's the coverage of wetland? What are the mitigation potential? Do the policy processes talk to each other? Because we are saying do not re-wet wetlands. Then the mitigation measure we are proposing re-wet wetlands. And we fighting each other. So these are the things we want to agree. Energy generation. Mr. Kabwa in NDP4 is talking of nuclear. In the modeling, have we included the nuclear? Or we are still talking about hydro? Today in the morning, as I was coming, I read an article on standard gauge railway. Is standard gauge railway, my colleague, still the silver bullet? Are we still only looking at land and railway? How are we factoring in air? How are we factoring in issues of marine, the water transport? How do you make it smart? What are the mitigation measures if we expound that? But most importantly, what is the transport master plan for the next so many years? Prioritizing to invest in. These are the things which are disturbing us because at a certain age, government is saying it wants to invest in this, but also we are telling that if you invest in this, transport will be what? Will be smart. Yet we know most of the villages in Uganda are still suffering with even roads. So should the priority be smart roads, or they should be roads? Yes, we know Uganda has the least coverage of tarmac. We can't compare ourselves with Kenya. But what is the ambition? Okay. Immobility. The last time we were talking about 2,000 buses. Before they changed the minister, she was saying in Greater Kampala, plans were there to deploy around 3,000. So how do we balance these targets, colleagues in the Ministry of Works and Transport? And what is your mid-term expenditure framework for the next 5 years, say? Because we want, when we are doing the assessment, we are assessing you on what you intended to do, which you have qualified in this NDC. This is why we have invited you, the people who have the information, who have the sectoral and the ministerial strategy, the investment plan. Sustainable water management. Cement, I'm told, importation of clinker is one of the biggest expenditure for the cement production. How do we ensure that our colleagues in the Ministry of Trade, I saw the assistant and commissioner, how do we ensure that the 4 major factories that are producing cement, we help them to save money from investing, actually from importing more clinker into the country and using the alternative clinker, which does not require a lot of energy and which is not so emitting. And yet the factory is saving money. So these are the things we want to agree with all of you. Next. So I want to say thank you for listening to the too much Lugambo. But just to know this Lugambo is the one which disturbs us in the tracking implementation. So if you can help us address these systemic challenges, like you had the commissioner said, we will have a very good NDC. Thank you for your attention.
Another round of applause. Global NDC in the country facilitator. Indeed, thank you so much. You've given us, I call it the marking guide. You know, when you're taking us through the science of NDC, I remember sometime in 2010 when I was recruited as a banker. The first person to address us was from compliance and fraud. So he first said all of us were the first fraudsters. So I thought I'd signed up for a long job. So when he first gave us the science of NDC, I was a little bit scared. But when you went through the importance and the elements and the features of the good quadrants in NDC, indeed you don't sound like it was. So since he has given us a marking guide, and before the study team comes through, I would request that we have any reactions before after we get our presentations from the study team, so that we concretize on our marking guide. So any reactions, any supplements and complements, use at least maybe about 5 minutes to, and since Robert is here, anything we need to find out from him or share with us, please let's use this time. Start with that. The mic is working. Yes.
Robert, thank you for the wonderful presentation, and I would like to appreciate the good work going into all this to represent our country. My concern relates what I have followed these presentations very carefully. But my concern where it comes from is to see that my constituency that I represent in ecological services seems to be left on the periphery of all these engagements. Even when you look at, if you look at the diagram that was presented on the World Resource Institute in 2004, you don't see the matters of methodology coming in. Yet you will agree with me that without methodological or climate science, whatever you want to call it, they will not even have the discussion about climate change at all. So I want to look at climate science for us, the ecological discipline, as very wonderful enabler for us even to extend this discourse. So in crafting these LPCs that are making us a diesel here, don't you think that it would be good to come out and vertical, see what support we can give the ecological science so that it actually does the science inform this? Actually, as the teacher of ecology, sometimes I even have very many serious questions. For example, we keep talking about pollution. The question is pollution bad? I want to know that if we do not have pollution, then the climate will be very, very, very cold. So sometimes all these things we may be complaining about may not actually be bad. But what we need to do is to work very closely with us, with the people behind the climate science, so that we can give very well researched, informed decision. Finally, I want to appreciate the modeling results that we have presented. I don't know where the project were consulted in this. I don't know the parameters that we will involve. I don't know where there was even some long being done. Even you see, when we are giving for us when rejections or predictions, we also give the likelihood. So not what we are dealing with is not an exact science. So all these things I not see them coming up. So I'm verifying that the advanced research agenda may be important to think of also supporting the different platforms. I saw a degree that the commissioner, different things are being done where and coming together as a challenge. There is a platform for climate CSA, sound with. So we have started a platform, but you see these things need support. So when you are there and you are not coming out to support some of these initiatives, then we miss the target, and at the end of the day, when we are going to negotiate, we end up going there without the information that is good. I submit an episode.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I have 2 points. First of all, to thank my brother for presenting so well. And I wanted to mention, I don't know, maybe I was aware, a good NDC for Uganda. I think one of the aspects which it should have is the element of being aligned with the National Development Plan. And now it is National NDP 4. Because if we don't align it, then the activities, the actions we are going to hold there are not going to attract funding. So we shall be relying only on donors, which money is also not coming. The other point, which I thought maybe could be also an area is all actions, almost the biggest percentage of actions should be budgeted by Ministry of Finance, because relying on donors, it's not good. I think the actions which we select, let these actions be in our budgets, our budget, so that now we use government of Uganda money to implement some of it. But writing proposals, we may not get the money, and at the end of the day, when they are assessing, we shall be doing nothing. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Director. Robert, thanks for the excellent presentation. I'm Joshua Zake from Regenerate Africa, Technical Strategic Advisor. Just three observations, but one has already been hit on. I'll just emphasize. The first one is that stabilizing the global temperatures at 1.5 or 2.0 is a collective and shared responsibility by the parties, and of course each party makes the commitments as described in the National Climate Action, which are the NDCs. The only worry is whether all the parties are meeting these commitments or their obligations. Because if any one of the parties doesn't, then it becomes difficult. And maybe the other question is whether within the UNFCCC framework, there is a mechanism for accountability and also reporting on that. Then the previous colleague has already hinted on it, the alignment with national priorities for me is equally important. And maybe the other question is, as we completely finalize the NDC 3.0, whether there is a mechanism to check or screen that the NDC 3.0 speaks to the national priorities. Otherwise, it will be a missed opportunity if after it is completed and we are at implementation and we are seeing contradictory actions across sectors. And maybe the other observation is that ambitious targets are good, but for me, they should be realistic to fit within our context as Uganda. Otherwise, we might dream as much and then fail to what? To implement. Thank you.
Possible car. And we just have a last one.
Thank you very much. Trudy Mwanga, Green Building Council. So I've been putting on some notes. And first of all, I'd like to commend the ministry and the consultant team for what I find to be encouraging. It's encouraging to see that the cities and built environment, building sector, not only recognize that have been strengthened in this iteration of the NDC compared to previous ones. So that's a major plus. The sector is now clearly recognized as an important component of Uganda's climate resilience agenda. So that's what we wanted in the beginning. That's what we're getting, and I'm very happy about that. Having advocated for its inclusion in the NDC 2.0. So as we go forward, and I'm sure we'll have more details by the Zatari team, as the draft is refined, one area that I think merits further consideration is the mitigation contribution of buildings and construction. The adaptation component and the adaptation dimension is very well articulated, but there are opportunities to strengthen linkages with energy, IPP, waste and forestry sectors through such measures as building efficiency, which I think there was a survey run at some point, materials efficiency, low carbon materials, and construction waste management. These are all areas which are and have been shown by research to be likely to enjoy a considerable growth in the next 10 years. And so therefore, at least from the point of view of our development goals, the emissions and other impacts could be very well addressed by relatively minor interventions. Right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's take one from this as well.
Thank you very much.
Chair and Robert. Chair, Robert wants us to be very ambitious. Yes, on the criteria for a good NDC. But there's a challenge of balancing ambition and reality. Very big challenge. You know, given our performance in the last NDC, how should we go in that ambition? Also, Lord Chair, Robert mentioned that the biggest percentage of the NDC should be foreign funded. But then we see the geopolitics today, where foreign funding is reducing. The NGO, the civil society organizations do not have the funding as they used to do. We have the sovereignty bill now in the country. There are these geopolitics and then the national politics that we need to look at as we develop our NDC. I also want to note it's good to reduce emissions, but this should not be at the cost of our development as a country. Because there is a cost, a development cost, a growth cost of reducing emissions. And given that the global community is reducing support, the gap, the FDI, foreign direct investment is reducing, aid is reducing. I see a very high cost in the country. And this questions our commitment. Should we really continue to be committed and bear the cost of commitment as a country? Chair, these are very disturbing questions, which we need to take into account as we discuss this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So Robert, as you come in to clarify some of the issues, being more ambitious, ambition versus reality, get to mention whether this will help with the home. So as you come in, you have to reflect on that, involvement of the theoretical services or climate analysis. Those are key issues that have been mentioned, and I'm sure I've been making one. So I invite you to give response to some of the issues that have been highlighted. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these questions. Actually, these questions, you're asking them to the wrong man. These are the questions you should be asking to the next presenter. Who is going to present the draft list? Who was contracted to make sure he answers them? But let me give you another. Yes, meteorological services. I didn't talk about meteorology because my boss is the assistant commissioner. He has a large bearing on adaptation. And it was my thinking that he had touched about adaptation remarks. But apologies for only limiting the NDC presentation skewed to mitigation. So, I think it's a point noted that we need also to give some information on climate risk impacts. So I think that's a point for them, but I know the consultant I want to show how the climate has been changing in Uganda based on the information correctly. Only it's good that we have Department of Services, so you will be able to advise on whether the modeling results they have on how the climate is changing, especially precipitation and others, carries with what you have. I agree that yes, the issue of pollution, the damage issue, so that our message here is simple. Optimum. Optimum is critical. When in the ice age it was too cold, was dangerous. Now, when in our current years it is becoming too hot, you have seen what is happening. Anyone who has been to Chad? Okay. You haven't been to Chad. There is a lake called the Lake Fagabil. You can just Google it. Don't go to these glaciers or mountain ranges. Those ones they are the cities. But the real impact of rising temperature is in some area. In Africa, I give that example of Lake Fagabil in Chad. It has reduced to 0. And simply that is temperature changes. So, as these emissions continue to be pumped in the atmosphere, first you emit, then the weather and climate changes trigger them. So we are simply saying, how do we stabilize these gases to a level where they won't affect our weather climate so much that food security will be compromised and poverty will also be high to overcome. But my Dr. Mutete from Zutari, please, you need to pronounce yourself so much on the modeling results, especially on weather and climate. The colleague from Ministry of Works, yes, aligning this NDC 3 to NDP 4 is beautiful. This is the NDC which is coming after NDP 4. So I don't think that it will remain a question mark. But the reality would be, even we know that our NDP 3 was not implemented, was not achieved above 30%, but at least we did something. The reality would be, how are we ensuring that the interventions we have in NDP 4, in PM, in our PMs, at least inform the unconditional measures, such that the respective ministries, departments, and agencies will be held accountable, because you planned this thing in your NDP 4. It has a climate rationale. Why aren't we implementing it, or at what level? But as you know, we cannot carry all NDP 4 interventions into NDC 3. I think that's not possible. But we will look for those priorities of the priority and with the climate rationale. So don't carry entertainment interventions and put them in NDP 4. Sorry, in NDC 3.0, because they have a bigger budget in the current, in the prospective budget for 2026, 2027. Dr. Zake, Yes. About to the accountability mechanism. For your information, if there is anything which the UNFCCC is killing parties, it is accountability. And the parties are also coming up in arms saying, why are you asking us to do more yet we don't see the money? So one of the accountability mechanisms is reporting. And reporting has become so rigorous and so complex that every 2 years, countries will have to prepare and submit biannual transparency reports. So there is a section in the biannual transparency report where you report about your inputs, how you have implemented it. If you have successive NDCs, how have you achieved them? So accountability is at the core. Actually, the UNFCCC is more inclined to report than anything else. Member states get money to implement these plans. Then lastly, to Mr. Kakwa, ambition. When the 10-fold growth strategy was announced, I think I was one of the people who was jumping like a headless chicken, flying ambition. And in fact, I was saying, we are flying to the moon with the 10-fold growth. Because my argument was, how are we going to expand GDP from 60 to 70 billion to 500 billion? Even if we pumped all the oil from the ground. But I was told the government lives on ambition. If a government is not ambitious, it is not what the bill is so helpful. I learned that hard. So, in moving with the same commitment, how do we balance ambition and the reality? You are the people now very fast sharing today in these 3 days. Because we can't backtitrate. We cannot backtrack and say from 24.7, we are going to reduce it by 10%. I think that will really show seriousness. That means we have to continue forward. But as we continue forward, how much forward? We don't want also to say we want to reduce it 75% of our emissions. So it is this team to tell us how ambitious we should be. I've already told you, we have seen how ambitious we are in NDP4. If I can pick for you a small sample of how ambitious NDP4 is. Who knows the current electric generation capacity of Uganda? 2,400 megawatts. NDP4, 1,500 megawatts. From 2,000 to 15,000. So you can see that's almost 7-fold times 7. In the 10-fold growth from 2,300 to 52,000 megawatts. You can see that the ambition is part of the body marrow of Uganda. And for me, I'm simply saying, how does this meeting help us remain ambitious but reduce the appetite? Okay? Because all of us know money is money. raising 430 billion in the next few years is not going to be a simple task. Raising electricity generation from 2,000 even to 10,000 would be a tug of war for Ministry of Energy. So we have to answer this question in this room. Are our targets in our development programs and strategies realistic? If yes, how do we future in this NDC 3.0? And lastly, commitment versus development. I've also been made to understand. People might say that the current updated NDC has not done it. But let me share some small light. The first NDC which Adam worked on with his colleagues, our NDC implementation cost in 2015 was 5.5 billion. When things became ambitious in 2021, 2022, 28 billion. So far, we have mobilized externally over 3 billion. So you can see that also it is good to be ambitious in the money terms. If you are asking me for a loan of 1 million, don't expect me to give you 10 million. You ask me for what? For one. So I will give you your one. So for me, I think we need to be realistic, like Mr. Kagwa said, but also we should note that if we are not ambitious in terms of our financial needs, then we will not have a drive to mobilize more money. Because the question will be, why are you mobilizing money you have already achieved? So for me, I think we balance commitment, development, ambition, and reality. And in the next set of presentations, this is where we are going to see how we connect this together. So I want to thank you very much for your wonderful attention.
Thank you so much, Robert. I think now we have it's approaching the lunchtime. And I'm going to ask a favor. At least we have the first presentation from Sutari. We can carry the plenary discussions after lunch, but at least let's have that presentation. So I'll request Zapelo, if you're online, and the technical team to enable Zapelo to come through, and we have the presentation on the adaptation component of the NDC reports. Zapelo, can you hear us?
Loud and clear. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear as well. So you have.
Thank you very much. I am just going to present 2 slides on my side, just as a summary, and then I will hand over to my colleague, Mwoko, who's going to present the adaptation component. Let me, if you just allow me to share. Let me share my presentation. Share. Maybe to save bandwidth, I should just switch off my video. Please let me know when you can see my slide.
Please, we can see the slide.
Okay, thank you very much. This is just the 2 slides that show how we are going to present this. Basically, there is the adaptation component that is going to come. So I'm just going to present points 1 and 2, and then we'll come back to adaptation and mitigation afterwards. In terms of the progress of the project, it is a 6-stage project that we have been doing. We did the inception part and did the inception report, but we also did a lot of gap and review assessment, looking at all the updated documents, the new climate change law that was now that is now in place, and all others, to make sure that we make the current NDC or this new NDC 3.0 aligns with all of that. So now we are at 3 and 4, where we are doing stakeholder consultations and updating the NDC. Then of course we'll workshop this, and only in that final version will we have the costing and the implementation roadmap. The current version of the NDC that you have in your inboxes looks like this. It has the whole adaptation component. Some sectors, I think, like colleagues have said, they have already undergone sectoral reviews, very detailed ones, and we have incorporated as much as possible. I think only 1 or 2 things came in yesterday that we could not integrate into the current version that you have. It also has the full mitigation chapter, mitigation component of NDC 3.0, and then it also have the ICTU table that I think Robert talked about. We also have chapter 5, which is gender, children, and climate change. And you'll see that some of the new things, I think this is maybe what we should have highlighted, that some of the new things in this NDC is what is in 2.4, climate mobility. We have never had that in the previous NDCs. Also 2.5, we have never had loss and damage in our previous NDCs. What is outstanding, what is not here in the current NDC that you have, is means of implementation, which is awaiting this stakeholder engagement, and non-GHG short-lived climate pollutants, which also is awaiting this part. And I must say, the bulk of the short-lived climate pollutant work has already been shared with us by other colleagues who are dealing with this, and we're just going to integrate it into this report. Before I hand over to Moho, I just want to say I really like the questions that you asked, Robert. Those are very critical questions that I hope the cohort you have today will help us respond to. That is number 1. But in addition to all those useful questions that you asked, I would like the workshop today, the participants, to also think very carefully about what are those things that we can do with our own domestic resources. That is very important. What can we do with our own domestic resources that does not require international support? If we can answer those questions, then we can, half of our problems from a mitigation target setting process will have been achieved. With this, let me stop here, stop sharing, and then invite Moho to then take us through the adaptation chapter of the NDC. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, good morning, colleagues. My name is Moho Manapula. I'll be sharing with you the adaptation component of NDC 3.0. So just let me just quickly open my camera so that people can link the voice to the face and get to know each other better. All right. Can you see me?
Yes, we can see. Thank you.
Yes, we're in winter, so that's the reason why my neck is covered. It's cold this side. So I will quickly share my presentation. Let me just quickly get onto that. Okay.
Okay, finally, you can see the presentation on the screen. Perhaps you put it in presentation mode.
Okay, let me quickly do that.
We are good to go.
Okay, so good morning, everyone, and thank you for allowing us an opportunity to share with you what we have so far under the NDC component, the adaptation component of NDC 3.0. So this component builds on the implementation experience and lessons learned from the NDC 2.0, and it is informed by the climate risk and vulnerability assessment that has been done through the support of the local program that had identified local-based climate risks for at least 122 districts. Sorry, let me do this. So our NDC component has been informed by the climate risk as the prime evidence base that was developed under the local program, and also the report has been developed through a review and synthesis of what we learned from the stock take report, the reports such as the Uganda climate, the country climate and development report, the national climate risk and vulnerability assessment, and it draws from sector-specific in reports that had been provided. This include the NAPs, the ACRI NAP, the WASH NAP, the climate mobility blueprint for Uganda, the NDC 3.0 technical reports that had been prepared for forestry, fisheries, and city and built environment sectors. So the structure that we had adopted is really to go through those experiences, and it cuts across 13 sectors and then have cross-cutting themes and the way forward. So why are we talking, why is it important that adaptation matters in the NDC? The adaptation matters because the economy of Uganda is dependent heavily on the climate sensitive sectors. And we have realized that the climate risk are affecting those sectors through different ways, with extreme temperatures with erratic rainfalls that then compound into floods, and then landslides, drought episodes. All those directly threaten livelihoods, affect the infrastructure, and also affect the development gains that we should see, because each time potentially the disaster hits, then it reverses the country, and those development gains are not realized. So we are aware that the vulnerability indicators that the country had been experiencing in terms of poverty, issues of employment, and then labor majority being dependent on the rain-fed agriculture. So these sectors are, and this issue is very important because it affects the priority sectors. And for this NDC, we've had about 13 sectors, which is agriculture, water and sanitation, forestry, fisheries, of which we've had an additional technical inputs that had more insights that helped us to build this: education, environment, health, energy, transport, manufacturing, cities, tourism, and disaster risk reduction. So also with the previous NDC, out of the assessment that has been done for how we fail to implement under the stock take, including the World Bank report on climate and development. So we have established that implementing adaptation has always been a challenge because of the finance gap that has been identified. So the resource also it's very important. So having this into the NDC, adaptation being an issue in the NDC and ensuring that it's financed, it's an important factor. So just to walk you through from where we started, where we are, we had a broad intent where vulnerable sectors were identified in the intended nationally determined contribution. Then we moved on to NDC 2.0, where it was strengthened through sectoral targets. Then also the climate issues were more strengthened because of the Climate Change Act. And then moving on to the NDC 3.0, then evidence, and we are now enhancing evidence. The CRVA is more anchored on the NDC is now more anchored on the climate risk and vulnerability assessments, and also it has outcome-based GGA tracking, and the climate mobility and loss and damage have been added to this NDC. So the NDC 3.0 strengthens the evidence base by anchoring it on to the CRVA, making sure that we enhance the emphasis on resilience outcomes. We expand the sector coverage to reflect the evolving risk dynamics, and we strengthen the link between identified climate risks and sector-specific targets, and explicitly incorporating climate mobility and loss and damage. This is what is new in this adaptation component. So when we look at the climate risk and vulnerability assessment, which was commissioned by the government of Uganda under the UNCDF local climate facility local climate adaptive living facility, which was completed in 2023, covering those 122 districts. The CRVA applies the IPCC risk framing, which considers hazards, exposure, and vulnerability components. And it's informed by the Codex Africa regional downscaling. It's more downscale. It uses 6 models that are within the codex ensemble and had been dynamically downscaled to sub-national level, making it significantly more appropriate for district level adaptation planning than when we are using a global knowledge portal or any other information that we used in the NDC 2.0. So what we got from the evidence that had been presented in the CRVA is that Uganda is already warming. And if we look at the climate trends relative to the baseline period that had been used under the CRVA, we've seen that mean annual temperatures have been increasing nationally. We've realized that in extreme temperatures, we've had more hot days, nearly doubling. If you look at the baseline compared to the baseline, we've seen the decline in the cold nights and cold spells becoming rare. So regionally, just to get a snapshot of how this is looking like, the central Uganda and Lake Victoria, the temperatures had been increasing by 0.7, and with hot days per year increasing. So the signal being more pronounced in September, November period. And then going through other regions as well, we see the similar trend. However, rainfall is becoming less predictable, and I mean, it's becoming less predictable and less abundant. I think this is a common regime with rainfall. The common problem with rainfall, it's always very uncertain and hard to predict how it's going to be. But if we look at an annual rainfall, within this report, we've seen that annual trends, if you look at it annually, the total rainfall in a year, you see an increase. But if you look at specific seasons within a year, then you realize that within a particular season, then there's a decline and there's a shortening period of wet season. And for that, then you realize that there are more extreme events that are occurring. So in a way, what we can learn from this is that while rainfall is becoming less predictable, there are some within the rainfall patterns, there are some seasonal shifts, and partially also you realize that there are some shifts that are happening. But if you look at an annual change, you will see increase. But if you look at the seasonal change, then you see that there's a slight decrease and shifts that are happening seasonally. And that is important because it will then affect the time when our usual activities happen that are tied to seasonal patterns of rainfall and affecting farmers and other livelihoods that are dependent on those seasons. So, and if you look at the future now, up until through the 2050s, both RCPs, RCP 4.5 and RCP 8.5 remain similar through the mid-century, meaning many near-term climate risks are already locked in by the past emissions. So we see that with the 2030s, there's an increase in temperatures by under the moderate climate scenario, which is RCP 4.5. We having an increase of plus 1.6 by 2030, and then we having an increase by 1.8 by 2030. And so if we look at the regionally, just to give a good understanding that this changes also are seen within the spatial differences. You would see that Lake Victoria rainfall is expected to decline, and its role in fisheries and freshwater and all this decline then has implications on specifically on livelihood and the impacts that are coming with it on different sectors that we'll be discussing. So the key dominant hazards that we see based on the CRBA is that floods, they are more geographically widespread. Over 1,000 damaging flood events have been recorded since 2000, and we've seen that the highest risk is within Katakwi and the central of Uganda. And the droughts also, they're significant and growing. It's a growing risk for rain-fed agriculture and pastoral livelihoods. And landslides are concentrated in 3 mountain zones with unstable slopes and land degradation: the Mount Elgon, Rwenzori, and Muhubara. Over 18% of population is within those hazard zones. So the key risk hotspots that the CRVA identifies are listed here, and we see that different regions are experiencing one or key dominating hazard over the other, as presented in the slide. I said earlier when I started the presentation that the NDC 3.0 is based on the science evidence of the climate factors, the climate rationale, where the risks are, and also it's informed by the lessons that we've learned and the progress that had been identified from the NDC 2.0. So with the stocktake report of the NDC 2.0, it gave us a good understanding of where the progress was made and what the critical gaps were. And then the NDC 3.0 is attempting to fill on those gaps. So we see that there's been a progress according to the stocktake that from transport, energy, agriculture, water and sanitation, environment, disaster risks. And the least that didn't have much progress is education, manufacturing, and tourism. Another thing that has been done differently with the NDC 3.0 is it considers both 2 layers for us to enable us to report on how we are tracking. So our NDC has an output indicators that are sector by sector, and in the NDC report, those are been presented in the table form, and then we added the outcome-oriented indicators that are aligned with the BELEM Global Goal on Adaptation GGA indicators. The reason is that while we are domestically implementing our own programs, then we should have a means of communicating to the international world in terms of how we are tracking in order to reduce vulnerability and strengthen our capacity to adapt to climate change as expected in the UNFCCC processes, and also enabling us to enhance transparency in that regard. So I will then go into sector per sector just to give a snapshot of what is being covered in the NDC. So I will not present the tables in that detailed format as they are in the report, but just rather give you a snapshot of what is covered within the sector. When we look at an agriculture sector, I think the structure is the same across. We first start with understanding where the risks are and why this sector is important in terms of its relevance to development and how sensitive it is in terms of how exposed it is to the risks and vulnerabilities of climate change. And then we acknowledge the progress that has been made, and this one was considered the better performing sectors. And then with that, then structure the adaptation measures for the sector, look into the current baseline, what we foresee the target be in 2030 and 2035, and how that sector is expected to what the expected adaptation outcome for that sector is and how it aligns with the Belém indicators. So we've established that there are about 57% progress, and then within the measures, these are just a brief. The detailed measures are presented in the report. We have area under irrigation, the climate resilient varieties released, post-harvest losses, and area under agroforestry and the targets. And then when we go to water and sanitation as well, the same thing. We had identified the key successes and the relevance of the sector and the related climate risks and the gaps that had been identified. And then also we then have formulated the sector based on the WASH NAP, and the adaptation measures that had been identified are basically drawn from the NAP WASH. The data and targets had been drawn from there, and also the water supply atlas. So some of the measures that we picked: rural water supply coverage, urban water supply coverage, access to basic sanitation, open defecation, and the targets that had been identified for that. When we move on to another sector, which is forestry, this section, I mean, the forestry sector had, we received inputs from the team that was working on this, so we incorporated those into this. So the report has more detailed adaptation measures, but just to give us a good understanding of where we are with the forestry, the context, and the climate-related risks, and the adaptation measures that have been identified. So we have identified forest degradation and tree dieback from heat stress and drought, increased forest fire incidences during the dry season, and soil erosions and landslides on deforested slopes. According to the studies, we've noted that there's been a decline in forest covers, and also the NDC 2.0 had identified the financing gap in implementation of the forest interventions. Same with the fisheries. We've got inputs from the fishery report that was meant to provide for the NDC 3.0. And the sector is very important, as about 1.2 million people are very dependent on this as for their livelihoods. And we have annual fish production of 450 tons, and progress towards NDC target was earmarked at 25.5%. However, the climate-related risk that have been identified is that we are seeing reduced fish stocks from rising temperatures and lower oxygen levels. We have seen the damage in the breeding grounds from flooding and erosion, and species composition are shifting, and this displacing commercially important fish species because of climate factors. So the adaptation measures had been identified. The more detailed ones are within the report, and the targets, together with how the outcomes of the sectors are aligning with the GGA alignment. Education, the greatest challenge that was highlighted within the sector is that it was one of the least funded sector, and yet this is our main tool to enhance adaptive capacity. Knowledge equips people to know how to deal with handling changes as they come. It helps to shift mindset. It enables also more sustainable practices. They are ensured, because when people understand how things are done, or what these things that we're talking about translate into how they are living their lives, then they are in a better position to act and be more resilient. Let me say that. So with education sector, we noted that the the people class ratio exists the standard. We've noted that there's a lot that within the sector itself still needs to be done. And in as much as those challenges are there within the sector, climate now brings in an additional pressure, because we've noted the climate risk that heat stress is in a overcrowded classroom reduces the performance of learners. We've noted that flooding and landslides usually damage the school infrastructure and access roads, and climate shocks drive dropouts and disproportionately affect girls. So the measures that had been identified as climate curricular integration, that has been partially done. People trained on climate change, that has been identified partially, that about 650,000 people have been trained. This comes from the qualitative assessment based on the activities or projects that have been implemented, and how, if those projects had a climate component training, and how many people had attended, and also what was the participation, the gender participation in that. And also establishing ensuring that infrastructure is climate resilience within the schools. So how this aligns, it enhances capacity. The outcome of it will be to enhance the capacity, and this is aligned with the cross-cutting adaptive capacity measures under the GGA. Another sector is environment and ecosystem. Same structure. We start first with understanding the importance of the sector, and how the climate risks are affecting the sector and what the measures are and what the targets will be. Where you see to be determined, it's actually TBD stands for to be determined, meaning that as of now, we have not yet managed to establish the baseline, and this needs to be given a priority as we move into the implementation of the NDC. Another sector is health sector. Also, this is one of the sectors that had a NAP, and we have identified the climate-related risks based on that, and also issues, adaptation measures that are important and critical for Uganda, informed by the study that exists. Another sector is energy sector, the same way, and in addition to this, this what we have. The most important thing for this sector is to ensure that damage to transmission infrastructure from floods and landslides it's stopped, or at least there's there are ways to ensure that we assess how climate will impact the infrastructure as in general. So the adaptation measures, these ones that had been listed here, are drawn from the previous NDC, and the additional ones that had been identified that then enhances and strengthens the resilience of the sector. The same transport, there's been, I think it's one of the sectors that was highlighted as having performed relatively better in the previous NDC. However, there are still issues. We're still having about 50 to 62% of road and bridge damage caused by flooding, and about the climate risks that had been identified as damage from flooding and landslide-induced road blockages in the highland districts, and disruption to the northern and central transit corridors due to climate and flooding, landslides, and all those. So the adaptation measures are meant to enhance and strengthen the resilience of the sectors as well, and well aligned with the GGA outcome indicators. Manufacturing and mining, there was no baseline that was established for any of the indicators, and also the climate-related risk that had been identified for the sector as the disruption of agro-industrial raw material supply from drought and flooding, damage to industrial infrastructure from flooding and landslide, water scarcity affecting the water-intensive industrial processes, and the measures is us having the technology action plan implemented, circular economies, extraction projects with climate risk plans. Cities and built environment, this was informed by the urban report that was done specifically for this NDC. The climate-related risk include urban flooding, from inadequate drainage and informal settlements, urban heat island effects, intensifying heat risks, and also landslide risk in the hillside cities, including Bale and Kasese. And the measures that had been identified include measures for dwellers in the slums or informal settlements, looking into the drainage channels, and also having cities with climate responsive plans. Another sector is tourism. So with tourism, we understand that the beauty of Rwanda lies in its own biodiversity, and that it's a very important climate sensitive aspect. And the climate related risks are mostly related to loss of biodiversity and wildlife habitat from temperature shifts, degradation of natural heritage and landscape tourism site. And in turn, then because of that, people's livelihoods are affected because tourism jobs are being lost due to that. The measures include wildlife corridors rehabilitation, tourism operators with sustainability certification, enhancing the adaptive capacity through strengthening knowledge within the operators, climate risk assessment completed for this particular sector. Last but not least, of the sectors, it's a disaster risk reduction. And the specific adaptation measures include the district climate action plans, ensuring that information gets to the people, especially the forecasts, with accuracy, and having district with multi-hazard early warning systems. So we then have 3 cross-cutting themes. This is new. This is climate. First one is the climate mobility. This is the distinct and cross-cutting adaptation challenge that has been introduced for the first time in the NDC 3.0. It cuts across and intersects with the disaster risk, agriculture, health, cities, water, and education. And the studies had identified that the projected internal climate mobility will increase from 5,000 to 500,000 to 5.1 by 2050. People internally are being displaced by climate events, and this was established in 2023 assessment that was done. And also possible urban climate migrants may increase by 2050. This is the worst case scenario. So the priority commitments and targets for this particular is to have a national climate mobility policy, and support the household through planned relocation, and climate mobile households with livelihood supports. So these are the targets. There are more detailed adaptation measures that have been drawn from climate mobility blueprint in the report. Another cross-cutting theme, which is not necessarily adaptation, and it's recognizing Article 8 of Paris Agreement that climate change already causes impacts beyond the limits of adaptation, with financing that must be additional to the existing adaptation finance streams. So loss and damage it's an important factor, and like like the Article 8 of Paris Agreement had indicated, it goes beyond what we can do under adaptation and requires even additional financing for this. So the priority commitment is to establish the national loss and damage data system, is to have a loss and damage contingency financing mechanism, is to have post-disaster reconstruction to build back better. And the targets at baseline for the first one, there's nothing yet operational. We don't have anything in place. And for the post-disaster reconstruction to build back better is yet to be determined. One of the key important things, I think it's only yesterday that we received additional comments that we haven't been able to factor in the current NDC, and some of them are on the gender and aspects of the report. So meaning this will be revised accordingly to accommodate the comments that have been raised and by the reviewers. So this is the last cross-cutting theme that is now part of our NDC. So here, I don't know if it's legible enough, but it was just to bring in, to synthesize and provide an overall summary of what the actions are and what the main outcome for those indicators would be and how it aligns with the GA. So I'll just move, as I think it is better if we go through it, through the report, where every person can actually see and read. So to conclude, our adaptation component of the NDC, it's built around the evidence that we have, which is the CRVA, and also in addition to the CRVA, the sector-specific risk in the sector-specific NAPs, and also the information that the technical reports that had been done specifically to as to provide input for the NDC had also, in addition to identified the more sector-specific risks that informed this component, in addition to the CRVA report. So the NDC 2.0 was used in stock taking, and also the review that the Zutari team did in order to identify the gaps and all that together had been used to identify, to help us build on to that, as making sure that we close those gaps and taking in the lessons learned in order to build a better NDC. So we do have that an implementation-oriented sector targets are now paired with an outcome-oriented indicators aligned with the BELEM GJA indicators, reported through successive, that would then be reported through enhanced reporting through the biennial update, transparency reports, or however we communicate under the enhanced transparency framework. So that is just to facilitate that. And we have added the 3 cross-cutting themes that include climate mobility, loss and damage, gender, and children's vulnerability are explicitly now incorporated into the adaptation architecture for the first time. And the report also, the previous NDC stocktake highlighted the issue of financing that will then come in the means of implementation later, and not really in this report, but just to highlight that it's another factor that had been identified through while we were reviewing all these documents in order to come up with these adaptation measures. So what is key and what is important in order for us to have and implement we need to establish the baseline, prioritize those that the sectors that were not really prioritized previously, and as we go through planning of our adaptation, then it will be good to have other sectors having the NAP, or if the country is in a process of developing the NAP, and also consider this adaptation sectors, these sectors that had not really been fully fleshed out in terms of adaptation risks, that could then enable to have a better understanding of where the sensitivities lies, where the vulnerabilities are, and also what could be done appropriately for enhancing the resilience of such sectors. Find ways of operationalizing the 3 cross-cutting themes. Provide resources to enable us to report. That means we need to have ways of tracking all the implementation, and also strengthening local government capacity, because that's where impacts are experienced, the climate impacts are experienced, and this is, I think this is important for the success of implementation of adaptation measures to the decentralized level. I think that's about it, and this was just to give a snapshot of what the adaptation sector is about, and what it has, and what it covers. And I think we can now, with that understanding, go through the report that is in your hands, and build it further.
Thank you so much, Moko. Thank you so much for that presentation. I'm sure the team here has questions for presentation. We thank you so much for taking the presentation component.
I think we are losing you. I can see that you're talking, but we cannot hear you.
Let me ask the technical team, can you hear us now?
Yes, now I can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Just thanking you for the presentation and taking note of the targets, baselines that is highlighted within the 13, now the 3 cross-cutting varieties that have come through. So at this time, allow us to break for lunch, and then we shall come back after an hour, and then we shall go through the final discussion of the NDC adaptation component. Colleagues, our lunch is ready. Forgive us for stretching a little bit, but when we come back, we make sure that we catch up with the time. And thank you for being this resilient. Anyone to bless our meal before we break off? James, you bless the meal. We'll coordinate the next briefing. Thank you.
James, hand it over to me. Madam Chair. Jesus, we thank you for successful deliberations. As we go to eat, Lord, grant us good health and bless the meal that way to eat. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
I think Commissioner, your guidance again, is. Commissioner has stated that we complete our resilience by taking a group photo, because after lunch we may not fit in the photo. Camera person, you can tell us where we can find the group.